Good morning, everybody. Welcome on in to another wonderful Saturday morning here in the Dragon Den. Hope everybody's doing well this morning. Hey there, Timor, Rittenhouse. Timor, I think it was you that sent me the Discord. I did see that. I actually had seen that video before. Um, Double check real. Oh, maybe did you DM me directly? There we go. Yeah, yeah, I did see that tool changer thing. Um, Very interesting design. It's nice that it's all 3D printed parts and stuff, which I think would make it pretty easy. Um, but yeah, definitely something to dig around in and look at. Rittenhouse, how's the Enderbelt doing? And what kind of prints are you ripping off on it? I know. I think you said you did the cube and the benchy, but have you actually started on anything else? Not yet. Okay, no worries, no worries. So as you see, we've got something up here on the bench. So we did get this up here. We are. Hey, good morning, Pezliz. I saw you responding to uh, Twitter or X post this morning. I was like, yep, Liz is up. She'll be here. So yeah, I was working on some of the wiring yesterday, and um, so this build has a Octopus V1 board in it, right? Which does allow CAN bus via an RJ11 cable, but I'm just really not, I don't like doing it that way. And I wanted to be able to easily remove the box turtle down the road. So what I started looking at doing was a UTC because I had an extra one. And the way the UTC works is your USB-C connector here goes to your Raspberry Pi. The USB connectors and these 4-pin like JST connectors right beside it can be used to go out to things like your motherboard and stuff like that if it's capable of doing CAN bus over a USB style interface. Okay. Um, the black connector here, the white connector, and the two screw down terminals here are all your CAN low signals or CAN high and low signals out. And these two can supply the power out. This takes 24-volt in. So we need to put 24-volt on these first two, like 24-volt and ground. And then as you can see, I've got a pigtail already created, ready to do some heat shrinking here for strain relief. And this is going to go to a keystone jack at the back of the printer. So I encountered some issues along the way, and I'll show you kind of what those issues are. Let me see if I can grab the bench camera and bring it around here without catching on. We'll do it this way. So first off, if you're looking, let's just do it this way. If you're looking here, this back is all solid, right? There's no pass-throughs here other than a keystone jack. And I have been doing keystones that you can retrofit into one of these. So I was like, okay, I'll put it in a side. And then I stumbled across a keystone jack that fits into a standard keystone slot. And the keystone jack does the typical 2+2 connector, right? Rather than the 4 across the way. Well, I didn't want to do that. I wanted the 4 across the way so that they're all the same. But here's the issue there. I'm out of those 1x4 connectors. All I have are the 2x2 connectors. I looked on Amazon. I can find the 1x4s on Amazon, but the female connectors have the wings on them, which means I'd have to cut them off and then sit here and play file games to make sure I could get it to go inside the connector, which is when I started looking for this, and I managed to find this. So we're going to do the 4x4. It's okay that this is different than the rest of the ones that the rest of the box turtles I've done, because this is being made for this printer, and this printer is going to go, this printer is going to go to Evocate, so it won't be here. So it's okay, right? So we've got a way of doing CAN bus and getting CAN bus to the back panel now, and we take CAN bus over to our AFC light board on the box turtle down here. We're good, right? We also need a back panel. Well, there's a DXF file out there so that you can cut your own back panel out of either ABS or acrylic. And I got to thinking, well, there's also an STL, but that STL is pretty big. So what do we do with big STLs? Well, we cut them. And if I put these in the right direction, there we go. I now have panels that I can put on the bottom side. And if anything, I'm either going to, I might just put like some panel clips, like these style panel clips right here, right at the joints on each side to hold it down. I think that's a viable solution for that. So I'm sitting there going, okay, so we got the panel, we got this, we got that, we've got how to get a CAN bus to the bottom. And I decided I'm going to wait. I don't want to do any more wiring because it's 24-volt wiring now. And I want to be careful because it was getting later in the day. I was a little frustrated from the day and just wanted to make sure that I didn't let out the magic smoke on anything, right? So I came in this morning, you know, cup of coffee, right? We got a cup of coffee. Apparently, I've been told that this might be the best cup to use for coffee. I'm not 100% sure, but good morning, Glendon. How you doing? And I did some rearranging to get the printer up here. And yeah. So I'm trying to figure out how the best way to get the 24-volt to the 24-volt in to the UTC, because I'm going to have to piggyback something. Just looking at the under, so let's come back over here again, and we'll take a look at our electronics. So we've got our power supply here, LRS 200. Which has 3 positives and 3 negatives. Well, you can see we've already got 3 things, whoops, on the positive, right? And those 3 things come down here to our inputs. And so I'm going to have to either double up on something here to pull it out or double up on something up here to pull it out. Because this is all mains, right? SSR mains. The other thing I was looking at is, okay, we plugged into the end stop on the tool head board, whoops, which comes down through this cable, and then this is a standard LDO breakout board. So I was looking down here to see what these 3 were to try and figure out which one of these was my X end stop that I was going to be able to use. That's where things really went off the rails. It's going to be a little bit hard because I don't have any any room to pull us over. But this cable right here is the 4-pin XY end stop cable that comes directly from the XY end stop pod on the Y axis, which means we're not using the X end stop from here, is pulling it from here. And then these two cables right here is the Y and the X end stop. So I have a dilemma. I can either run wires all the way from the tool head, add them to the tool chain, and run them all the way through. I can disconnect this, disconnect the Y end stop, leave the X end stop, because I think it's a dual electrical connection between the X end stop here, the X end stop here, and the X end stop here. I think. So I can unplug this, unplug the Y end stop, and basically go sensorless homing for X and Y. Do sensorless homing for X and Y, and then run the X from here through. And really what I would do is I would take the X end stop wire, whichever one of these is, and move it to a different pin that I would use for the filament runout sensor. Morning, shenanigans. Welcome on in. We're doing some troubleshooting. And my thought, by the way, for where to mount this is I'm going to VHB tape it to the top of this cable trough somewhere. And that will allow this end to come right into the keystone jack. And that'll bring this somewhere around in here and be able to connect in with the USB, which is right there. Right? So it's easy on, easy off still. I can still access everything here. So that part, I think, is thought out. The biggest part now is how to get that filament runout sensor connected and useful. If I do home run, then I can run 3 wires and bring both, wire up the end stops and bring both end stops back. So as they enable both end stops in the AFC Lite software or AFC Clipper add-on software, we can use both end stops for some better positioning and knowledge. But yeah, I'm just trying to think my way through this and figure out what I'm looking at. I do not want to put an SB2209 on here because that requires a lot more wiring. We'll have to swap out to the CAN bus and not get rid of the cable chains. We can still run the cable chains, but then I would need different wire to run that. We could go to like a Nighthawk board, but then we still have the same issue. The Nighthawk board has XY end stops here on this board. Hold on, let me think through that. So if we run a Nighthawk, that comes down via USB. Because the Nighthawk is a separate MCU. The cable that's provided with the Nighthawk is cable chain rated. So we would have to basically remove all of the wiring. So what we would do is if we swap out a Nighthawk, right? It's the main tool head board. The fan board can stay the same, but we would get rid of this. We would be able to get rid of this, and this comes completely out, and all of this additional wiring would go away. It's designed to bring your XY end stop back to the tool head board, But if we keep the same XY in-stop cabling, so in essence, we would unplug this, unplug all of these things, and just leave this as basically an XY in-stop breakout board. Get this slightly to the side. I think we should be able to add the Nighthawk board on here. And that Nighthawk board plugs back into the Raspberry Pi. We'd still need the UTC for the communication to the box turtle. Either way, I'm either running wires I mean, I can't take this out completely and just run the Nighthawk board and still run sensorless homing on XY. Hey, Bear Karhu from Helsinki. Wow. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I am glad I'm able to help you out there, my friend. Welcome into the group. So what we're doing here is we're looking at the electronics of our Voron 2.4 Rev C kit from LDO Motors. I have been in conversation with a local brick and mortar 3D printing shop here in Raleigh, North Carolina, and they've been looking for an LDO kit to put on display. They've been trying to get one, and they were going to build it. And I talked to them at 3D Printopia, which was one of the last RepRap festivals here in the States. And I told them, I was like, hey, I've got a LDO Motors 2.4 Rev C kit sitting at my shop that's not currently running, just because I can't run everything. Yeah, and so that's the thing is it's still LDO because this is obviously LDO. And the Rev D kit comes with the Nighthawk board. So what we're going to be doing here is if I switch over to the Nighthawk board and I basically go sensorless homing on XY, we're going to have a little bit more tuning to do on the XY sensorless homing. But I'll say it all kind of works out in the wash. Right. There will be some more tinkering we need to do underneath here. And I'm trying to figure out the best way to show that on stream. And I think I know what I'm going to do that. So that we can continue on with the wiring and doing some under deck stuff. I'm going to work on getting the UTC stuff laid in here. And if we do the Nighthawk, we'll have to do a lot of above deck wiring stuff, because in essence, this loom comes out all the way up to the tool head board. So we'll be taking panels off to make it easier to get in and do things. Not that big of a deal. It's just what needs to be done. A lot of this wiring would then get cleaned up because anything that's coming from here over to here can go away. So I guess let's flip this back on its feet, and we'll take off some panels, and we'll start at the top and work our way back down to the bottom where we can get into the wiring stuff. So let me move a couple of things around. Bexy Beans isn't here? Okay. I know she would yell at me too for what I'm about to do. And I promise you I am standing on 1 foot right now and not standing on the one with the broken toe. Okay, so it's probably going to be easier just to take all the side panels and the top panel off. So I'm just going to go through and take the panels off. Have I expressed to you my dislike of hammerhead T-nuts today? You replaced your octopus with a manta board and you're so happy. Yeah, I really like the manta boards. It does clean things up a lot. I do have other board options. Once again, this is going on display as an LVO kit. So I would like to try and keep it as stock as possible. So I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, well, let me swap out the octopus board with, say, a Leviathan, right? I think that kind of moves things a bit too far away from stock. I mean, I also have a Kraken too, but yeah, don't want to necessarily swap that around. Why are such a pain? Yeah, going to the Nighthawk board makes sense. It's at least in the Rev C to Rev D life cycle. So I'll live with that a little bit easier than, let me swap out for a completely different MCU. And I'm really not sure if swapping out an MCU buys me much, right? The issue that I'm having is still the moving the wires from the tool head down to the MCU. So that's still going to be the issue regardless of whether I swap out MCU or not. And you know what? Give me 1 second here. Some of these clips look like dog doo-doo, so I might as well take this opportunity to swap them out for something that looks a little bit nicer. Which just means reprint them. Probably won't need to reprint all of them, but reprinting some of them will help. So I'll get that loaded. I'll figure out which ones or how many of these probably need to be reprinted for better corners and stuff, and then I'll go that way. Um, so what hot end would I recommend if you're going for ultimate flow rate? I am really happy with my Rapidos. I am really happy with the Fadus Next G hot end. I've got that. I was part of the beta test on that, and I've got those on my sorry, I'm trying to think real fast. Yeah, I've got those on my, or one of those on my Trident 350, and I have another one over on the shelf here. I really do like that particular hot end. I am also somewhat partial to the tube, though I have not run it here at the house yet. That will be once we're done with this and this gets over to Evocate. I've got a LH Stinger to build, and I've got some mods already in the works to use a takeoff tool head and a tube on the Trident 350. So that will be a fun little mod. Because that one we're going to go to a full set, or actually we're going to convert that Trident to a Trident all metal CNC all-wheel drive setup using 9mm belts. So yeah, quite a few things in the works for that particular one. I might want to clean my panels when I go to put them back on there. All right, didn't need to take the ones off the front. Because everything we're going to be doing is in the back and the sides. It'll be easier to have these off. But yeah, if you're replacing your Dragon, the Next G is going to be a very simple swap out. They do have the Next G fiber, which has fully hardened internals and a hardened nozzle already, so that you can do abrasives. And that is designed to be a drop-in replacement bolt pattern for a Dragon. So that would be probably the easier and less time-consuming one to put in place. And in my testing, I think I was like ABS to 290 in a, I'll say a super high flow setup, which would be with the high flow extension and a 0.6 nozzle. And I was getting 45 millimeters cubed. Oh, come on, you little. Like one side is, or one piece has turned, the other side hasn't. And there we go. Stop being a pain. And I do know people that have gone through and done, whatchamacallem, those annex, either the snap clips or the twist locks. And I understand that those work really well for people. Once again, I'm trying to keep this as stock as possible. I know one could argue that that is a quality of life mod, and I get it. Is it going to be easier to get the back off? Probably so. Probably so. Move that tube. Like I said, to do that, you do have to run it a little hotter than normal. And once again, that was a 0.6 nozzle, and we were just testing for ultimate flow. But on a normal day-to-day, I don't personally go for high volume type stuff like that. I'm looking for quality, and if quality means I need to go a little bit slower, then I'm going to go a little bit slower. Comes off, and this should be able to up. There we go. Panel out. Awesome. So we got all our panels off now. We're opened up. Well, all but the front doors. Makes it a lot easier to get in here and do stuff. And especially if we're going to be replacing a tool head board up here that requires us to get rid of all of this wiring through here. Life's going to be easier. I'm going to think long and hard about this particular wiring, whether I leave the XY in stop going all the way down. Let me see. What is the layout here? Oh crap, RevD kit, is that a Leviathan? Well, huh. It's snowing in Aurora? Hey, Eagle the Dragon, welcome on in, my friend. Welcome on in. For those of you new or that do not know, Eagle the Dragon is my brother-in-law. Okay, so now you guys are going to make me really think here. Let me put this up on its side again and figure out where I can grab this without messing things up. Oh. And for those of you playing at home, I still mess things up. Because I knock stuff off onto the floor. Okay. That's there, that's there. Okay. Gotcha. So yeah, with that kit, they completely redo the wiring layout underneath. But I will say I do see where they're going. Getting the Leviathan board up here, one that frees up stuff off the Octopus, and the Raspberry Pi stacks on top, so it actually frees up some room up underneath. So I'm just going to take a look at a couple things here. Bed, thermistor. A junction PCB for the lights. Stuff under the deck, the layout. So So here's the question, folks. We know we're going to go to the Nighthawk. So when we do the Nighthawk, we need to pull the cable. Okay, good. Do we then Okay, so here it looks like their XY in-stop cable is being taken up to the tool head board versus all the way down. So if I do that, then I'm still going to need to bring wires from the tool head for the tool head sensors. If I swap this out for a Leviathan and go that route, I should still be able to keep the old LDO breakout board and just run the XY in stop through it and keep that cabling in place. God, I just don't know how I don't know how much I want to redo the underside of this. Hey, Thunder Keys, how's it going? So Thunder Keys, the issue that I came into this morning was we plugged the filament sensor in stop into the X in stop on the tool head board. The problem is we've got the XY pod here that's wired back down to the breakout board. So it's either detach the XY in stop pod and use the X in stop on the tool head to run the filament sensor and basically go to sensorless homing on X and Y. Or we can switch over to make this a quasi Rev D, put a Nighthawk on the tool head board, which does have XY in stop on the tool head board, which it's a separate MCU. We would have to strip a lot of the wiring back, but we'd have to keep the XY pod wiring bring it back and go through the LDO motors breakout board, just basically strip everything else out of the breakout board except for the XY and keep the XY end stops. But we would have to add the breakout board for that, for the Nighthawk in here somewhere. Or we can go the full Monty and do the Nighthawk and do a full brain swap and switch it over to a Leviathan. To run Nighthawk and Leviathan. This is the breakout cable thing for the Leviathan, but still, once again, even doing that, it calls for running the XY end stop to the Nighthawk toolhead board versus running it all the way down under the deck. And that would still require probably some shortening and repinning of that wire. Which would be the easiest thing to do. Or, well, not or, but now hold on. Let me think about that. So it says on the XY end stop that it's a 4-pin to 2 3-pins. The XY end stop cable has a 4-pin JST on one end, and the other end are two 3-pin JST XH connectors, one labeled X, one labeled Y. Oh, okay. So no, that is still a direct connect to the Leviathan board from the XY end stop pod. Now, so that would still work. Go to Leviathan. I would still have to keep the LDO original breakout board for the XY end stop just because that cable is not long enough. And it's a 4-pin to 4-pin. So we keep that. Maybe swap some JST connectors out from 2-pin to 3-pin to go on the Leviathan. Going to clean up the wiring a lot more. Yeah, I'm kind of not seeing a downside to that now. I'm kind of not seeing a downside. So let me move some things around so I can turn this, and we should still be able to see and chat with one another. I'm just going to need to move this around and out of the way some. Ooh. I was kind of wanting to sit some, so I might have to move that around. Okay, so that goes over there. This goes in my belly. Try and get this and just turn it around. This is where my decision to leave the door panels on is biting me now because I've got lights, I've got other things. There we go. So if we switch it like this, you guys can see all the electronics. So we come over here to the rig. Where is this? All right. So this is just a placeholder right here, so don't worry about that. But basically we'll take this and this out of the equation, and we'll put this in place. So it's a little bit bigger, not too bad. We can slide it down a little bit. We'll still have our power coming in for the, well, we got the board, the heater, and the heat bed out. The other power is over here. So we might, with being able to move this over and get rid of some things, I'll take this pie and put it over here. That's no big deal. Yeah, that might still work and give us some room for some other stuff over here. All right, well, it looks like this just became a larger project, because I think that's going to be the better thing to do. That lets us run the Nighthawk board up top, redo a lot of this wiring, probably get rid of quite a bit of stuff, and yeah, I'll have to print out a mount for the Leviathan, or not the Leviathan, for the Nighthawk board, mount that. But I think that's going to be the better way to go. This is going to be fine. We'll just have to flash the Leviathan board and flash the Leviathan board and update the config. But as far as like everything else that's in the config, it should be the same. It's just going to be basically redoing all the pin names. So yeah, scope creep. Exactly. It's like every time I open this up, I'm like, oh, let's do, I need to fix this problem. So basically what we're going to be doing here is a quasi Rev C to Rev D transition, right? We're going from a standard toolhead board and an octopus to a Leviathan, and so a Leviathan and a Nighthawk board, which is two of the big things in the Rev D. So yeah. Okay, well, the things we do for the channel. So maybe we need to reclass this as a complete brain swap or something. So Z probe is Z probe will come out because Z probe is now going to be over on the Nighthawk board. So we'll pull the Z probe cable. Technically, it was still on the toolhead board to begin with. It was just literally that it's a breakout cable versus the UTC looking cable. And once again, we may leave this board in here simply to allow us to do the XY without having to recable it. And of course, it may just be easier just to recable it at that point. Which is this is the chamber thermistor. The chamber thermistor is going to be directly on the Nighthawk board, so we won't need this. I'm just going to methodically pull these out one at a time. Okay. What's up next? This is the hot end. This is the hot end thermistor. So yep, this is going to need to come completely out. It'll be up on the tool head board. Go. Playing the game of which piece was wired in first, second, third, fourth, fifth here. So this is the bed thermistor. This will need to stay here and be used. So we will try and fish this through the mass of wires and keep that one in place here. X end stop, Y end stop. I will go ahead and pull these for now because number one, they're going to have to come off this board if we're going to do a board swap. And two, we'll have to determine how to best do these. This is a 24-volt power feed up to the hot end. We won't need. Fan. Still need this, but it will come over here with this one. Filter fan will stay, but will hold up out of the way for the time being. This is the LED strip. These are the lights. I'm sure we'll plug that in somewhere. So we'll get this out of the way, that out of the way. This once again was the heater, which screw down terminals. And yep, we gotta love scope creep here, huh guys? Hey Chewy, how's it going? Yep, I got a spare now. I got a spare now. Heck was this with like 15 zip ties on? This is the Stealburner RGB. Stealburner RGB. That's probably going, that's going to come out completely. We're not going to need this because that's going to be on the tool head board. That's actually, where the hell is that? I think that's all that's a direct connect to the tool head. So this is the current XY end stop. They're going to come out. This is the XY end stop that goes up to the end stop pod. Like I said, we might be just redoing these two wires right here. Part cooling fan and the other fan. So the hot end and part cooling fans. Oh. How's it going, Thunder Keys? Yeah, this is the things that we do to put a box turtle on a printer. Oh, you know a guy that might need one of these? Or that could use one of these? Okay, so this is the 5-volt board that goes over to a Raspberry Pi. So we'll pop that off. We'll have to try and fish this out. Tell you what, some of these things are pretty tight. Let's get these off. That's down out of the way. The good news is that we have our motor wires here labeled in a different order, but no worries. This, I believe, is the extruder. E-step, so this cable can come out completely. See if I can't get this cable trough to open up for me. Might be easier if we get some of the cables out of the way around it. Okay, so E-step, we won't need this one. This is the main cable that comes down and goes to the thingamabobber, to the tool head. So this board will come off. We'll put the other board on. This being the power cable for the Raspberry Pi, being the connector between the Pi and the thing, the MCU. Thought that was the one between, there we go. One octopus board. Out. Bunch of cables pulled out. Try and keep that whole kit together. Same thing as we pull the other cables out from underneath here. We'll try and keep all that stuff together. The Leviathan will go in. We'll need to pull this board because, yeah, the CB1 on a Pi 4 sled will not stay here. We'll put our Raspberry Pi on here, which we know has a good config. We're just going to have to swap out the, we'll have to flash the board and swap out the board pins and config. Should be easy enough to do. Okay. So we will put that over there. Raspberry Pi. Got a few things connected to it. Words are towards the USB connector. Shoosh, yep. Well, I would honestly do a box turtle, and that'll get you into multicolor printing. And then if you want to do a tool changer, well, there's nothing that says that you can't run a box turtle through a tool changer. So I would do, I would actually set up a box turtle, right? And then work on a tool changer, which would be something a little bit more complicated, but still can be done to the same Voron, right? So you'll get that going. And like I said, you can run a box turtle through one of the tool changer heads or one through each one. Yeah, box turtle per tool head. Now I did see that there is a, what is it, the VVD Vibrant or whatever that Big Tree Tech BQ is apparently getting ready to launch. Not sure. It kind of looks like a an actual AMS. So I don't know what that'll do to the box turtle. I also have no idea what the timeline is. Right? I have nothing. I think Nero got some insight on his stream yesterday, but I know nothing. So I'm just going to take this and put it on the old Raspberry Pi one and add it to my collection of, let's see, I've got a Alta, a La Potato, and now a CB1 on a Pi 4 sled sitting on the rig. The Raspberry Pi is going to mount right on the top of here. Using the screws that came with the Leviathan board. Which I know you guys can't see because I'm doing it off off the screen, so let me bring it over here. All I'm doing is I removed one and swapped mounts basically between a standard Raspberry Pi and that CB1 module on a Pi 4 sled. Crap. Ugh. Okay. And this like it mounts this way going over the top of the Raspberry Pi. So we'll get our pins lined up. This cable goes right over here, so we'll plug that in. I'm just trying to see if I need to do anything with that jumper. I don't think so. Put this in place. Now I have a Raspberry Pi joined in holy matrimony with our Leviathan. And I cannot remember if I have flashed this Leviathan. We are going to have to be doing some repinning from 2-pin to 3-pin, stuff like that. And for the most part, we'll get this on here and we'll try and follow the redoing of the we'll follow the God, words on stream. We will follow the wiring guide to reattach everything in the appropriate place. That way we should be able to take the same LDO or config and just modify it with some of our additional parameters. So we'll have to reorganize some of our wiring here. Probably going to start off with just getting my cable here? My network cable all the way down at the bottom. So it's out of the way of everything else because I don't see me messing with that too often. Come on. Okay. Network cable, I snaked down there. Now it needs to come back up to here. So use something like that. Now, we're going to be going UART now versus USB for communication between boards. So we shouldn't need the UART cable. We're still going to need at least one of these to go to our whatchamacallit, to our UTC. So we'll use this one, which has been bent and loved on for a little bit. The nice thing is we can either put the UTC up here or maybe even down here in the center channel. We'll see. Maybe best to put it up here where it's got airflow to it. Yeah, let's figure out how to start wiring this back up now. Yeah, it looks like it's only going to be 4 colors, but I think there's a lot of combining that can go on. Real fast, I do need to jump over here. RFD print parts guide. Yeah, I think that is the same. We've got that pod. Yeah, I think I'm going to need these 2 parts. I will need one of these. I believe that yeah, 1 for the Nighthawk and 2 for the Leviathan board. And it looks like they might swap out the Wagos. Or yeah, they're going to Wagos here versus the European breakout. So that's a interesting thing between the kits. And okay, so we're going to do some wiring. A motor is all the way on the left, B motor is the right. So the high voltage motors here are going to get A, then B. So here's A. And there's B. Okay, so A and B motors. And then Z0, 1, 2, 3. That's pretty good. Skip a motor, there's Z01. I'm sorry, this is 3. This is 2. One. And there's that. All right, folks, give me 1 second so that I can start printing the parts I need for that. It was great. I sat there and downloaded them over on that other computer going, huh, yeah, I'm going to need it over here. Download that one. Download the PCB DIN clips. One of those. And honestly, let's pull one. Or black back in. Okay. This. Devices, one, air. Okay. Sorry about that. I wanted to get that that going, and bear with me 1 second, folks. I'm just gonna take my boots off because that foot is swelling some. So those of you that are following along, I just made a comment about my foot swelling, and my foot is swelling because I fell over the positron and broke my left big toe. So it was a few weeks ago that happened, and I'm still working on recovering. But the plan here is we're going to try and get the stuff underneath squared away once we get the stuff underneath here squared away-ish, then we will work on getting the upper deck stuff done. I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow the guide here as much as possible. There's AB, there's all the Z motors, great, great. Connecting inlet and Wago. Don't need to worry about that. Need to worry about that. Connecting 24 volt. Connect the HV end of the HV to the MB HV. Those acronyms just hurt my head. High voltage cable one way, standard the other. Third one comes down to the main board. Okay, so that's where this set of cables may no longer work for us, because one set needs to come over to the HV. The other set comes over to, actually we've got double set that comes over. No. Okay, so the SSR connection now comes up to the bed. So we're going to switch from Fort to whatchamacallit, ferrules. We're going to need one set of wires that comes over here and another set that comes over here. And looks like our middle set of wires on the board are left free. So what I'm going to do is take this off, and I will redo the wires over here. Because this will no longer work for us, we're going to need to do a different type of connection. Also, I just want to think through this. Because we're powering the box turtle, this is currently running a 200 watt power supply. I'm going to say we should be good. If we have an issue running the box turtle, I do have a 350 I can swap this power supply out with and go into a 350. But we are going to need to run some new wiring. So let me go grab my is that 20 gauge, 18 gauge? For the for this wiring, I think we should be good to go with 20 gauge for the 24 volt which is low voltage power. Let's see what I got down here though. Hey, look at that. I have 18 gauge. black, 18 gauge red. So how about we go with 18 gauge since we have it? Probably the best thing to do. So let me grab this. We'll grab the ferrule connector and our other crimp connectors so we can redo our wires. And I did see your comment there, Westery. Bear with me momentarily and I will respond. That goes there, that goes there. Oh, stinger parts goes to the side. These two things. And we'll come over here and prepare to start doing some rewiring. Yes, the big toe is the big toe. The big toe is still there. It's still attached. It's still annoying, but we live with it. I think what we'll do is we'll just figure out our links. We'll figure out where we need to go. We'll figure out the wire lengths, and then we'll do our wires. So we're going to come from here, go down through our cable tray. And shenanigans, a bit, yes. The I still have swelling in that foot, and it's going to be that way for a while yet, just because. So yeah, it just takes time, and I am not a spring chicken anymore. So okay, so there's wire 2. Now I don't know if wire comes to come over to the Nighthawk board, so I won't do that just yet. But I know I'm going to need wire to the UTC. And I'm going to need to jumper 2 wires together to do that. So, the UTC, once again, will probably either be mounted up here, or I might even be able to get it in here now. We'll have to see. But I will anticipate coming up here somewhere. I'll make this a little bit long, and that gives me options to either make it longer or smaller down the road. But that's going to be our UTC feed. Now, what my plan is what my plan is. The best plan would be to put a distribution thing, words on stream. Put a pair of Wagos here as a distribution block, and bring my 24 volt to here and to here, and then from here come down to the power supply. That way we're breaking out the power for that. And I can also come down here. So I need like 4 ways at least. So that way we can provide power to the board and power up here without a problem. And this allows me to clean that up some without a major issue. So let's do that. Do I have a clip over here still that has not been thrown away, or did I just throw them all away? I think I threw them all away. That's a great idea. Whoop, whoop, no, maybe. Let's see what we got here. These were some clips that I had built for using over on the rig, so we might have something over here that works. This might work. Just something that doesn't require me to have to reprint parts would be nice. All right, we'll do this. Because I don't want to have to print additional parts if I don't need to. Do need to put a couple of heat set inserts in here though, so let me move a couple of things around so that I can move them around again later. Well, that's what we do when we're doing builds like this. We just keep shuffling stuff around. Hey, 3D Medic Fence, how you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hope you are doing good today. Ooh. Okay. Figures. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Ah. like, oh, I can just use this. If I pry it open, I can. The Wagos are pushed down in there so far that it doesn't let me open it up wide enough to take the pin out, but I'll have to reprint these or print a different type for this. Pretty sure I have these somewhere. And the nice thing is this lets me just do ferrules for the whole thing as opposed to anything else. I'll just need to make sure that the ferrules are fully in there before I put it on the, or clip it in the mount. And we'll that way. Oh. We're using 18 gauge wire, which means we'll be using our red ferrules. So I'm just going to sit here and strip some wire. Because we're doing ferrules, you're going to want to strip a decent amount of the wire. Get this tray going. So how's everybody doing today? I apologize. I realize that once again, I'm not engaging with you guys as much as I probably should. So how is everybody doing today? Hope you all are doing well. You know, I am doing pretty well. Sorry, now I just shoved my head right in the way, but I'm trying to see which positive and negative. Negative is on the bottom. Okay. Same thing over on this side. Sorry for leaning in. Negative is to the negative is up on this side of the board, and down here on this side of the board. So keep me honest. Go ahead and get our negative wire in over here. Completely missed getting it in the wire crimping spots. Let's try that again. This is why we always do the tug test when we're done. Make sure that we got that wire crimped in there nice and good. Okay, so there's one side. Need some red wire. Probably should have found my length before I screwed that in. Guess I could just go ahead and put it in and then cut it to the same length. You're painting your first model that I designed and then going to ride a horse. Oh, is that the one that you showed me? If so, I thought you'd already printed that one out. And how's my little girl doing? I haven't seen her in forever. Is she getting lots of treats? Because I haven't been able to see you on stream to send her treats. So the nice thing about using ferals is they fully lock into the Wagos. I know some people say it's not required. You can just go straight in, which is a very truthful statement. But I'd still like to do Wagos on, or excuse me, do ferals on the Wago side as well. This gives me a I don't want to say a calmer sense, but yeah, it helps me sleep better at night, knowing I have a very good firm connection. So okay, good. Her and Bailey's are enjoying where you're staying. Nice. Alrighty, so that's going to be good. So I joke about Westery being my sister from another mister. She is basically like a sister, so yep. I always try and take care of her pups with treats. So that would be the discussion that we've had going on, is about her dog Mia, who surprisingly enough, like I think I'm the only one that she has allowed, like, to hold her. I held her at Murph a couple of years ago, and that is apparently a very abnormal thing. So your Clemson Tigers are ranked number 19th. 19? Okay, good. I think we dropped a little bit. I think we were a little bit higher up before today. What I was doing right there was getting a few of the strands that were a little bit proud of the connector. And when do they play today, Eagle? Yep, she loves her Uncle Luke, and her Uncle Luke loves her. She is a little sweetheart. Now, I will say she wasn't all that happy about the other dogs that were also at Murph. But, you know, what dog would be. Like, other people think they're going to get attention. Okay. So we'll have these two wires coming down. Come across here. Up something like this. And these will be the high voltage ones. So stay high voltage. They're going to all be 24 volt. But like I said, these make really good contacts in the Wagos. I'm not going to snap these in just yet because I know that they're going to be, if I do, I won't be able to open up the levers far enough to get the rest. But I'm going to kind of stage them there. We need to do the one from here over. That's going to need to be really short. Doesn't need to be anything major. And I'm probably going to be able to use this wire to do short one from here over and then from my UTC down. So I'm not going to need a lot. So I'll be able to take this wire and do the two pieces that I will need. One short and one medium. Okay. So the short pigtail, which ought to be fun, just trying to get the wire off. It's always fun because of the slipperiness of this wire. Strip wiring is super duper slippery. So just trying to get a good handle on it so you can strip the wire can be fun sometimes. Come on, darn you. Like, I probably should have made it longer just to make it easier to strip this wire, but kind of too late now. Making a small pigtail, so. Hey, Shrimp Father, how's it going? We have made some decisions. If things are looking a little abnormal, it's because, well, we had wired up the tool head board to use the X end stop on the tool head board. The problem is in the LDO Rev C kit, they use that end stop, or excuse me, they don't use that end stop at all. On the LDO board, which I will pull off here. So all your wires coming from the tool head come in here, right? Well, there's a separate 4-pin that comes in right here that comes from the XY end stop pod. And then it breaks out into a couple of 2-pins, the Y and the X end stop that comes out. So I could disconnect this and then just use the X, which I'm assuming is still attached to this connector, and run it through. And that's an assumption. I don't know if that assumption is a good one or not. Or we could just run a single wire all the way back, which probably would have been the quickest and easiest thing. But we decide, okay, well, let's do the Nighthawk tool board. If we do a Nighthawk tool board, that gets rid of it. We can still use the standard XY end stop wiring, yada, yada, yada. And then when we got to talking and I was looking at the wiring for the Rev D kit, it quickly turned into, well, why don't we just, you know, the Rev D kit is based on a Leviathan. I have a Leviathan, so now we've swapped out into a Leviathan with the Raspberry Pi on here, which gives us some real estate to play with. We'll have the Nighthawk board over here. Whoops, sorry. We'll have the Nighthawk board in this area. This is going to be a breakout board for 24-volt power. We'll mount a UTC on the top of the cable cover, and we'll run CAN bus through a keystone jack right here for connecting the thingamabobber, the box turtle. So yeah, I'm just trying to, we're going to wing it. We're going to reconnect as much as we can here with the Nighthawk board. That's going to give us a some additional pins that we can use. And one of those pins that we will use will be to maintain our XY mechanical end stops, right? But then use the XY end stops on the Nighthawk board to run the sensors up on the Nighthawk board. So right now, we've got our high voltage power input brought around going into Wagos. We're doing the main board. That's going to feed power to the Z motors. This will get power or connected up to the SSR. We'll just swap over to ferrules from the fork connectors. And then we'll start wiring up the rest of the under the deck wires that we have available to us. That's kind of where we're at. This went sideways real fast today. It was like, oh, we're almost done. Nope, because now we're going to be reflashing board firmware. We'll still have to set up CAN bus, but we're going to have the board reflashed. We'll have to port our config over. And by port our config over, if there's a good Rev D thing that we can use, we'll start with that, and we'll cut over our PID tune, our input shaping, and figures like that to try and make it a little more simpler and faster to get that part done. We may need to redo the wiring for the XY end stop pod because it's designed to come, like I said, into that LDO breakout board and then from there into the XY end stops. And looking at the the wiring diagram for the Rev D kit, it looks like it's a 4-pin up here still, but it comes to 2 3-pins, which means it's a direct wire to the Leviathan board versus going to 4-pin to 4-pin to a breakout. So I'll have to remake those wires and make them a little bit longer. And once again, sorry for shoving my head right there in the way, but this would be, I don't want to say a downside, but this is one of the issues when you start doing mods. It tends to take on a life of its own and just keep going. So what I'm going to do, since those are some really short pigtails, is I'm going to bring those into the very end of the 5-pin connectors. The second one will be going over to the high voltage rail. Once again, we're not running high voltage. It's just an option to run your AB stepper motors at a higher voltage with this board. So we're bringing 24 volt here because you have to supply voltage over here that feeds just these 2 steppers. The other 5 steppers here come off of this side. And then we have the heated bed that needs to go to the SSR. So we're going to cut these off and re-terminate them with ferrules. Okay, we got that. Need to strip these ends, and this should be 20 gauge wire. Because all we're doing here is a low voltage signal, and the SSR is the part that's converting, is basically using the signal to say open the gate or close the gate for the mains voltage that goes into the other side of the SSR. .20 gauge will be our gray, silver, whatever. Yeah, this kind of breaks down to just the joys of doing motherboard swaps or things of that nature. Normally, I mean, it's not that hard to do, especially like here where we know that there's going to be a config that gives us a head start on, not having to just start fresh with the board and redo it all. So, and I just want to verify once again. So positive is at the bottom, negatives at the top. So we'll bring this around, this is up. Okay, so positive is going to go here. Okay, there's positive. Give that a tug, make sure that wire's in there. come in here and we'll do negative now. Okay. I can come down something like that. These will go up here. We'll need the UTC. Now, one thing I do want to look at real fast before I do the UTC wiring, I do see a 4-wire connector right here. So what I'm going to look at is this 4-wire a CAN bus connector? I'm going to have to look at the Leviathan to see. So let me find the Leviathan board pinout type stuff. We may just be able to forget the UTC altogether and pull 24 volt right here. So that will make our wiring even simpler. In which case we probably didn't need this at all. We could have just done straight back to the power supply, but we'll double check real fast. So mouse is over here. So let me get, what I need is Leviathan GitHub. Give me 1 second. I just heard something downstairs, so I wasn't sure, at the downstairs door, so I wasn't sure if that was Mr. Dragon trying to sneak in or say something, but all right, so at 1:30, Eagle, let me know when the game starts, and that's probably when we'll call it for today. I am not working on Monday. Monday is a federal holiday, so who knows? Maybe we do some more streaming this weekend. We'll see. All right, I'm not necessarily seeing anything that says CAN bus yet. I do want to try and figure out what that port is though. So no, not there. Let's go into the manual. Take a look and see what the manual says. If it should have a pinout in the manual. Roller board, jumpers, probe, fan 3. Yeah, I didn't do any jumpers, so might have to look and see if there's jumpers that we need to do. Hope I should hopefully be able to find that game. If not today, then yeah. All right. I think I'm just going to download this and then open it in Adobe Acrobat. It might be easier to read that way because I can. Because I should be able to make it bigger. Several jumpers need to be configured on the controller board. Begin by removing all the jumpers. Okay. Do we have any jumpers still on the board? And if not, do I need to? Duncan run is about to commence. We'll come back here. We'll use our extra lighting and look for any jumpers. No jumper, no jumper. Okay, we do have jumpers here, which should be for the fans. We'll go ahead and take these off for right now. Set them right over there in case or when we need them. Other jumpers that I can see. So once again, the fan and the probe jumpers have been removed. Whoa. Okay. NeoPixel, filament runout sensor, thermistors, fans, end stops, high voltage in, stepper motors, high voltage or voltage to the board, hot end, heat bed, which went out. Okay, that is a CAN bus port. That is a CAN bus port. There is a 2-pin LED strip connection right up here. Then we've got Z probe and 1, 2, 3, 4 fans. This is thermistor, NeoPixel, and filament runout sensor. So that is a CAN bus connector right here. So we should be able to come straight from here to our port. We won't have to use a UTC at all. That's awesome. Now, if I can stop moving the mouse, dang it, stop moving the mouse. Ground, 24 volt, CAN low, CAN high. Now, the question is do I have to repin this cable? 24 volt, ground, CAN high, CAN low. It's the same as UTC. So I should be able to use this, go straight out the back, and not have to run a UTC at all. So good call, everybody. Good call. We have just taken one more thing out of the equation. I mean, yeah, we're going to have to do some configuration work, but such is life. And I say that because I do not believe that the default setup will use the CAN bus because once again the Nighthawk board is serial. So we'll put the UTC away. We're not going to need to do that. That cable is already pinned the right way. So hip hip hooray. One less piece of wiring. Okay. So we got our motors. We got our SSR plugged in. This stuff's going to come out. This is the XY in stop wiring. Now, quite honestly, I could leave this in here and probably just do a pigtail. Like I don't have, God, love it. Because I don't have, I'd have to solder up a pigtail for the JST. I don't have the crimp style for that, but I mean, that's workable. These are now going to be too short, so I'll have to make new ones because this was planned to be the going to the UTC. This is going to come from here, come up, go up to this place. So, yeah, something like that. So some easy wiring, some not so easy wiring, but we're finding out some good stuff here. Without having to do the UTC, I think this will make it a little bit easier. Basically Thunder keys, that's what we're doing. So we started off, I was just gonna plug in the filament runout sensor in the Stealburner that we installed. I had connected it to the X in stop on the standard LDO toolhead board. The problem being is that on the LDO jumper board that normally sits here that does the breakout from that toolhead board, what it actually does is, let me bring us in here for show and tell. So the main toolhead connector comes in here, right? So this comes in and then you've got all your breakouts. This 4-pin right here is from the XY pod. So there's a 4-pin JST to JST that goes from the XY in stop pod through the cable chain, down through the bed, and what is this? That's the Stealburner RGB. Comes to their Stealburner, so this is that in stop, right? Or yeah, so that comes into here. Then it breaks out into an X and Y in stop and does a 2-pin jumper over. So the option would be, I'm assuming, disconnect the 4-pin here, go ahead and remove these, and then bring this in and take the X in stop out and connect it as a filament sensor. I don't know if it's electrically connected here to here, and it's combined or not for the X in stop. Or if the X in stop is just basically dead on the board. I don't know. Right? So, and in doing that, I would basically be switching over to sensorless homing. So now what we should be able to do is we decide, okay, we'll switch to the Nighthawk. The Nighthawk has XY on the toolhead board, so I can use that for the 2 filament sensors in the toolhead. The XY in stop pod wiring isn't going to be long enough, but I can create a pigtail to come over, so I'll still have physical XY in stop switches. We'll use the XY in stop pins off the Nighthawk coming through the LDO Nighthawk board, and that gets me the filament runout sensor from the tool head. That gives me the two-way. Now that we decided, okay, as I was looking through the RevD wiring, I figured out that Leviathan is what they use in the RevD kit. So I'm like, okay, bada bing, bada boom, got to do it. So I had a Leviathan. I've been holding out. So this is basically a RevC kit that has been turned into RevD for mainboard and toolhead board. Oh my God, Westry, can I show that? Am I allowed to show that, what you just sent me, Westry? Okay, this is going to be on my phone, but so that's Mia. That's my little girl over on the right, and this is a 3D printed Mia that Westry has designed up. That is so cute. So cute. Thank you for making my morning. Now, soon I'll get coffee and my day will be made even more. So yeah, we just keep going down the rabbit hole here, Thunder Keys. So the good thing is we have CAN here, so we don't need the UTC. We're cleaning up a little bit of wiring here. We're getting rid of a bunch of stuff because we won't have a physical, like what, 14 or 2, 4, yeah, we won't have the 14 pin cable. We'll be able to remove that, and the Nighthawk cable is cable chain rated, so we can just run it back through the cable chain, come out through the bottom, bring it in, and I'm not sure where it plugs in. We'll figure it out. It may plug in right here underneath the Pi because there's a big multi-pin connector. I guess I should really look at that, because if it uses that CAN bus board, then maybe we will be back to using a UTC. Huh. So USB, no, that's right. It does go, to tool head, 24 volt. Okay, so this is the power cable. This is the cable that goes from the Nighthawk breakout board to the Nighthawk toolhead board. This will be at the toolhead. This will be at the breakout board that's going to mount back here. Power and USB that connects from the Leviathan over to that. I might have to use a different cable for that because that's kind of small, I think. So that's good. That's good. So yeah, that still leaves the CAN bus on the Leviathan to be used for something else. Rock on. You'll send me the file? Awesome. Yeah, so that's kind of what we've been working on, and I have been printing the mount for the LDO board. So that's done. We're just waiting for it to cool down. I guess what else can we work on? We've got, this is PCB fan, LED strip. So this is the LED strip. Wiring right here. This, I believe, is going to go in down here. We're going to double check by looking at the LDO RevD wiring kit and trying to figure out where things go in. build plate thermistor port. Hold off on this one for the time being because we haven't hit that part yet, but we will use the bed thermistor. The SSR is connected back to where it should be, to the SSR. This cable is going to get pulled out. This is the Stealburner RGB. This can get pulled out, and this will most likely stay in so that we can pigtail it. The bed thermistor will go into the bed thermistor. Yep. And the bed thermistor is thermistor and thermistor. Thanks. That was useful. PA1, P80, PA2, PH1. Oh, that's okay. So which of the two thermistor ports are we plugging in? PH1 port. That's what we needed. So this is going to come through here. And we're going to go into TH1, which is that one. So we'll just lay our excess cable in here, like so. Gantry cables. Okay, whoops, I just realized we're on the... So this is where we have the gantry cables, where you have an X and Y end stop, and looks like you might have two different kinds. The incorrect cables come with the X stop, Y stop. Correct cables are the X end stop, Y end stop. So you can see they're penned slightly differently. That's great. That means we'll have to create a couple of those pens, and like I said, we'll have to do some type of pigtail to pick up this wiring. Otherwise, we're going to build a wire the full length. So basically, we'll take this and add, where's our end stops? End stops are all the way down here. So, you know, we'll add quite a bit of length to it. I mean, we can fabricate a whole new cable. It's not that hard. I don't know if I have enough black wire to fabricate an entire new table, but just making a pigtail might be just as easy. I don't want to use the 4-pin connectors that I have. Yeah, I don't want to use the 4-pin connectors that I have because, well, let me rephrase that. I could make a JST pigtail, but I'm gonna have to do some soldering to do that. And I'll do that off stream. So I'll do the XY end stops off stream, and we're gonna keep that as physical hardwire connection. And I will come back to make sure that I wire it up appropriately. Connect the Z end stop cable to the 3-pin connector labeled Z end stop. We did not do that because we are using a CNC tap on this. So we do not have the Z end stop. Connect the tool head cable to the USB adapter piece. Okay. Fans in the LED strip. Okay, let's do this. So PCB fan is going to go into fan 2. PCB fan, the LED strip. This is the PCB fan. And it's going to go into fan 2 PF7. I guess the fans go from this way to this way. Grab our light again. No, 0, 1, 2. Okay, so we're going to go into fan 2. And let me verify the plus minus. And this is where we're going to have to do some depinning. So it looks like it's in the correct, it'll be plus and then the negative, or in this case, the pin. But what we have to do is go into a 3-pin connector from a 2-pin. So this is where we'll have to make some changes. We just need the different connectors. We don't need the actual pins themselves. The tool head, so I just need to grab some connectors. This will work. And so yeah, like I said, what I will wind up doing is just soldering up one of these, the 4-pin JST socket. Here, let me make it bigger. So it's just a 4-pin socket. Now this is made for surface mounting. And of course it won't be surface mounted. It'll just be wires directly to it, or I will go find the crimp connectors. The reason I'm saying I don't want to use the 4-pin connectors that I have are because they would be 4-pin micro fits, and they're not a 1x4. It's the same way as the CAN bus, and I don't want to have any chance of, you know, mistaking and plugging the wrong thing into the wrong thing. That gets bad. You let out magic smoke when you do that. Oh. Tweezers. So we just need to depin this and repin it back over on the other side, or in a 3-pin. Again, with the red on the left side of the pin, and in this case the black, which will be the actual signal pin, middle. And doing this part, like anytime you swap from a board to a different board, right? If you're going from a Creality board to if you're going from an Ender 3 board to a Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3 V3, I don't think you have to change any wiring, right? Because it's made to be a drop-in replacement for that board. But if you're switching to a different board, like you decide, oh, I'm going to put a Manta M5P, or oh, I'm going to put a let me do a SKR 3 EZ board or something like that, you're probably going to have to recrimp, or not recrimp, but depin and repin some cables. So just be ready, be prepared, and these are only good for a certain number of depin repin operations. What I'm fighting with right now is trying to get this tab back up. And when I was trying to push the tab down to push it out, I actually may have pushed it down too far. So I may not be able to get this particular pin back up. Oh, nope, just did. Okay. So once again, 3-pin. Power is on that left side. Signal pin, PA7, is in the middle. Okay, so and we're into PA2. There's our PCB fan. Right there. Now the LED light strip. Yep, does go in down here. Now here's the, let me see how they did this. Nice. So my fear was they used straight black wire. They didn't. One wire has a line on it. That line normally signifies the ground. So what I'll be able to do is look at the way this pin's in and verify whether or not LED strip. Verify whether or not that's going to be still in the correct spot, and it is. So we should be good to just plug that directly back in. There's the LED strip. The LEDs on this build are just straight white. There is no RGB for it. The filter fan comes right here. We're going to have to do the same thing. We're going to have to depin this and move it from a 2-pin to a 3-pin connector. So uh-oh, you're getting ready your Mark III. Why is that? Is it just that you're pretty much going all to the bamboos? Just trying to downsize your plethora of printers? And I know we had talked about it before. Me and Mrs. Dragon did talk to our CPA, and we will be going forward with creating an LLC. I haven't decided what the name's going to be. That's one of the things I've got to do in order to do the filing. But we will be creating an LLC soon that will enable us to, well, one, start making this more of a business versus just a hobby, and will allow us to treat some of the stuff that we do, the travel and everything, as a business expense, as well as enable, things like PIF printing of parts and maybe some consignment printer builds, things like that. Okay, so this is going to be the case. Okay, so I guess it does have a couple of different mounting orientations. Okay. So we do have the case here for the Nighthawk board. Let me need this to go up to the power distro. I guess technically I don't even need the Wagos there anymore because we can take this wire directly down. We'll have the board that can go directly down, and then we'll have the Nighthawk board that comes directly down on its own. So yeah, we'll be able to actually take this out as well, which will clean up things underneath because we don't need a UTC now. So this can go back over here and onto the other board. We'll pop this off. And when I say this goes on the other board, that'll go back over to the rig, which is the test rig. We'll pop this out and replace it with the longer pigtails that I just did. Well, that I have. These pigtails will come off. This will be able to come down through the bottom here, and we'll just replace, we'll replace these with the port connectors. Does it sound and feel like I'm a little bit disheveled? Because it kind of feels like I am. All good though. All good. Not disheveled, but just bounce around a little bit. I do think just coming off the pigtail might be pretty easy to do the XY wiring, just to extend off that pigtail as opposed to doing all new wiring. Technically, it's what, 6 one, half dozen the other. Yeah, the ability to write stuff off was one of the things that we were really looking at because, you know, we do spend a decent amount on the travel to go to the shows and stuff. And if we're bringing things to the shows, then that means we're having to drive vehicles. We're having, you know, like I, for one, can probably drive straight through to Rocky Mountain, right? Versus taking 2 or 3 days, which is good because that's less time I have to take off work. Now with work going to vacation time off, basically we no longer have X number of hours for paid time off. It's just coordinate with your boss. So as long as your stuff's done and coordinated, you can take off as much or as little time as you so desire. Kind of a double-edged sword type of thing for some people. We'll see. We'll see how that plays out. But, and okay, positives on the bottom. So we'll put the positive in there. Yeah, travel, hotel rooms, stuff like that would be part of the business expense. Obviously doing a LLC because that way it protects me and my normal income in case something happens. So, you know, those off. These ends. Exactly. Exactly. And in some ways they wound up doing it because there are so many changes. Like some states require you to have sick time, right? So if they were going to break out sick time and vacation time, they figured now is just the best time to do that. And quite honestly, studies show that um, if you are given unlimited PTO, most people don't use it. They actually use less than if they had a number that was on the books because nobody wants to lose their leave. So as soon as they get close to use or lose or no longer accruing, basically, that's when everybody's like, oh, I need to take this. Right. So kind of a toss up. Or I guess not really a toss up, but Ruh-roh, George. Give me 1 second. Gotta switch my connector types here. These are always fun. So these are um, a different style of. Nope, not that. Not that. Oh, we're gonna do. These are heat shrink connectors, and because of the heat shrink, that's what I was looking for. You only crimp right here at the top, and then you shrink the rest of it down on there. And I trimmed these like I was putting them Wagos back on them, but not a problem. We'll get them on one way or the other. Oh, not too bad actually. What I'm going to do is use this crimp right here to crimp it on. And then we'll come back and shrink down the stuff around it. We'll heat shrink it to the wire. Yeah, they'll take on the LLC, not me. It protects our assets from anything, um, from people trying to come after us. And just all in all, I think it works out for us better. Because initially I was thinking like, oh, or sole was it sole proprietorship, which lets you do pass through. But the problem with that, once again, is now people can come after you individually for stuff. Just gonna leave these along like this. Um, But I figured with me trying to put stuff on display over Evocate and potentially trying to say like, hey, you know, if you're fine with me putting my name out there to do custom builds, then I'll do that as well at Evocate so they can see this printer and, you know, the quality of the builds that I do, and then leverage that to try and make this more of a sustainable business versus just a hobby. So Miss Westry, are you going to come join us for North or KB3D Palooza next year? Yeah, contracts too, because I'll take on some builds of, hey, I want to buy this printer and I want you to build it, but here's the timeline or whatever. I want to have a contract with a, you know, with an actual bill statement out to them, because one, that also protects me if they decide to pull out or whatnot, and things like that. So it's just, it's good ways to protect yourself and everybody involved in the process. Now the question is if this is going to be a long enough cable for me to get over there and do this. I think we're going to be okay. I don't know how well this will shrink down on the FEP wiring because it's pretty small cable, but it does shrink down quite a lot. Like there's the normal. And there it is, shrunk down. So there's still a little bit of a gap because once again, FEP cable isn't as thick. But if this was a standard PVC jacket or silicone jacket, it would probably be pretty snug. Okay. That over there. So we've got our power cables done. This is going to be the main board wiring. We'll bring that down, just go straight through and connect it in down here. Sorry, I'm going to see if I can't scoot this around so I not get my head in completely in the way. So KB3D is in Twinsburg, Ohio. Um, it's they announced it on their Discord, which I also posted on my Discord. So you should have had some type of notification. But yeah, it's out there on Discord. I also put it out there on X. We were trying to get a lot of people out there. We actually had quite a few people. Thunder Keys went out there. Lee Marie and his wife went out there. Was it Steven Machado that they drug with them? Where is your sister Jenny? Your sister Jenny went to make a Dunkin' run. So she did a Dunkin' run. Eh. Why? What's up, Eagle? The other thing that stinks with up wiring is it doesn't really. It does and it doesn't like bend and play nicely sometimes. Sometimes it just kind of does its own thing. All right, so this is the second one, which is the high voltage rail. And like I said, I'm plugging this into the standard 200 watt because once again, there's no we're not doing like a DC bed heater. It is a mains voltage bed, so we shouldn't have any problems there. And if we do wind up having any issues with power output, I do have a pair of 350 LRS power supplies sitting over here. So we can definitely swap out to a more powerful power supply if needed. Okay, so those two are there. The OCD part of me wants me to bring these up underneath this one rather than cross over the top like that. It'll probably be undo these, pull it out, stick it over the top again. We'll see. We'll see if that gets to me between now and the end of the stream. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not going to be for another year. We're tentatively trying to talk him into doing it the first Saturday in November, like as a standing date. I will tell you, his wife and family were amazing. They were out there and helped put this on, and some family friends were there as well. And I thought his wife was, she had that look in her eye a couple of times of like she was about to crawl under the desk and curl up in a fetal position. But so much went on. There was like 100 of us there in his shop. Great time was had by all. Yeah, I brought Orange Dragon, which is a Rook 2020 Mark I, in my positron. There were 4 other positrons there. And it wasn't like we were going to be bringing stuff, but I was like, I cannot go to a KB3D event or an event where KB3D is there and not bring Orange Dragon, because it has been at his table for like what, 2 years straight. So if I don't bring it, I'm afraid that it will just stop working and never work again. Right? So I'm like, I've got to bring this one. No ifs, ands, or buts. Okay, so we're going to get into some of our tool head board here stuff. So we've got a 2-part setup for the tool head itself, right? And it should be a drop-in replacement. In fact, it is such a drop-in replacement that, if I could get the thing open, such a drop-in replacement that this board, which goes on the fan shroud, is the same exact board. You don't need this. If you've got one on there, keep this in the package and you're good to go. The form factor of this board is the exact same. So it's going to be unplug the stuff from one, unscrew it, mount this one, and for the most part, things are going to plug straight back into this one. So that will be at the tool head side of things. Now, what we're going to need is the adapter board at the bottom. Thank God that didn't drop on my foot. Not that it's heavy, but yep. This is the board where all the magic happens, and of course, I think I just dropped 1 or 2 screws because that's what we do here. And I'm going to have to find them because they're purpose size for this board. So you're going to have to bear with me as I get down here on the floor. Okay, does it say what size? No, something did fall. I did literally see something fall, hit the carpet, and bounce. So, ooh, the metal. Where did it go? Dang it. Oh, that's never a good sign. Oh. Okay. Never a good sign when you see something like this fall out of a bag. The good news is it's just a spare fuse and not something that is surface mount on there. I have had a board, actually I had a Raspberry Pi that I broke one of these like little resistors on the side here off, and I had to get that reconnected. Nightmare. So keep this, put it back in the bag, and make sure that you keep that. You do not want to lose that. You may need that again. Okay. So our board has three holes in it. That's going to line up with the 3 holes and the mount plate. We should have various screws in the box here. We've got barrels and crimp connectors. More crimp connectors. God, please. A 4-pin cable. Self-tapping screws. M3x6 captive nuts. Some M3x8 machine screws. Some M3x10 machine screws. I'm going to assume that some of these are going to be used to mount the board. 2 of them will be to mount this board. So the captive machine screws, I don't know where that goes. The M3x10 self tappers are going to be used to mount this board onto this. And what I want to see is kind of in which order. I guess I'll want this facing the board side and this facing this side, because this cable is going to come down and go up through the cable chain there. So this will be more like this orientation. So with that, I want to screw that on there like that. Self-tapper. So we're going to get this mounted. Okay, so that's mounted. The board will sit right on top like that. The cover will go right over it like that. Gives you access to your cables. We've got color coding at the top to know which side's positive, negative. Also on the shroud is positive, negative. The USB cable plugs in, and this I'm going to assume is either going to be, this is probably going to be M3x10s to get it down in there. Hi, Miss Dragon.
Hi.
Miss Dragon brought us coffee.
Good.
Okay. Oh. That was warm. You want to take that down with you to make it easier to safely carry?
Sure.
Well, I was going to say put stuff in there so you can use a handrail, but okay. All right. So I think these are going to have to be the M3x10s. At some point, I might, I don't know, look at the actual install guide, but why are we going to do that? Like, why would we look at the install guide? I've got 4 of these screws. It only takes 3, so one will go back in there. When we're done with the build, all the extras are going to go into the parts bin anyhow. We got to make sure that this goes through the PCB, and we are going to be screwing directly into the plastic part on the underside. That's a 2.0. That's not going to work. 2.5's in here. Well, that was my thought. My thought may be flawed. My thought probably is flawed because it wants me to put heat set inserts in here. Let's see. Tight fit on the board too, so I have now wedged the board in here. Do we even need a cap? I mean, I know what the answer is, but yeah, looking at this, it probably was heat set inserts is what the call out was for. Excuse me. These are the 10s. Well, no, these are going to thread in. Maybe I just need to thread them in a little bit and then get them started. Because that was threading in. Once again, you know, why would we read the manual? That sounds like too much intensity here. Just thread in a few of the threads. Pull that back out. We'll put the top back on here. That line back up. Like, why? I think they're just too short, honestly. I think they're just winding up too short. So these are M3 by 10. Let me grab some M3 by 12s. And while I'm at it, I'm just going to throw these in my bucket over here. M3 by 10 socket head cap screws. M3 by 12s. Give us 2 more millimeters. You know what? Oh, no. Yeah, we'll do 12s. I was going to go 14s, but I just realized that I only have one of those, so we'll do 12s. And these are working, so that's good. Okay, so we've got our case all on there. A nice, cute little package. Mount this. We can mount this. There we go. That's in there really good. Cable-wise, we'll have the power cable that we'll need out of here. And like I said, the USB cable I think is just not going to be that long. However, this one will work, and this one's not needed anymore because, well, not needed. The purpose of this is fine because this is the one we were using to connect to the other board, and we're going to be doing this connection over UART via this cable here. So we should be able to just route this. Really, see if we can cut the corner and there we go. Oh, cute. Okay. So this one, we've got our screw downs on one side and our barrels on the other. Let's go ahead and get this attached to our main board. Positive to positive, negative to negative. So it'll come up and we'll be able to fold this in a bit. Probably not the best idea to route it that way, but I don't know. We'll figure that out. I just want to make sure that we don't running a bunch of power over the top of your motor wires may not be the best, even if it is just 24 volt. Plug in ground. That's in there. Okay, that's in there. I guess for now we'll do it that way. See if we have any big issues with it. I don't think we have anything else coming in on this side, so I'll put this back on. Oh, come on. I ain't sure if that's the right one for there. These nope. Shorter ones are this way. Why don't we just put that there, and then all of a sudden that gets a little bit easier. That's the network cable, goes in there, there. Okay, so that one's on. Once again, this comes back over here, and our printed part of the label came this way. So we'll open that back up. We'll slide back in there. Side of this, that one. Okay. We'll leave that free floating there. I've always found that to be the better way. We got motors in. We've got our USB cable in. We still need to do a pigtail for our XYN stops. Come all the way down here. We've got the PCB fan and the Nevermore, the LED chamber lights, the bed thermistor. The other thermistor will be on this cable. I think that is good for everything under the deck for right now. I think. Let's just double check by looking through the Nighthawk stuff real fast. Let me move some things around. Crimpers go there. Stuff comes out. Protector goes on over our mains power. That way we're protected from poking our fingers. I think I'm done with that one. That for now, and that for now. These two things we'll need. Big screw down terminal we're done with for now. Okay. I think the next piece is going to be to pull wires back up and through. Just trying to think. I'm going to turn this sideways here, and that should hopefully give me access to some stuff, namely the back trough here. So I can fish some things up, hopefully. And which way is this open? That side. what I'm going to try and do is just pull it to the top side of the deck. Then I can sit this up and work on it from the top side of the deck. There we go. Okay. So these are the two sets that we need to pull, and they are up above the deck panel now. So we should be able to bring it like this, and now we're working up here. And what I think I'm going to do is start from here and work my way back. Okay. I'm not going to actually work on swapping the board and the board connectors just yet. What I'm going to do is I'm going to undo these connectors and work on removing the cable chain stuff first. Hey, R2 Builder, how's it going? Going for a small printer. So this is my Voron 2.4. This is a LDO kit. This is a Rev C kit. And what we're doing is the plan was to put this on display at a local shop here in Raleigh, North Carolina. And when we put it on display, I made the decision that I was going to put a box turtle on it because everybody likes box turtle. Well, that's where things went off the rail. So we got the box turtle built. We got the Filametrix with the tool head, the tool head cutter and all that stuff done. And then we went off the rails because I currently have my end stop that we added here plugged into the X end stop on this board. Well, the problem is that end stop is, I'll say, bypassed because the XY end stop has dedicated cabling that comes down to what used to be the I'll call it a breakout board that went from the tool head to underneath the deck that broke out this 14-pin connector. So in essence, the X end stop would have been in conflict, or the filament sensor that I added to the tool head board was going to be in direct conflict with the actual X end stop that is also headed into that board. So very bad things would be happening. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up this chain and remove all of this cabling. And then we'll come back in, and after we get all this all the way back, then we'll come back in and start working on, where do you open up? Then we'll come back and work on the tool head. I'm just going to try and remove all this. And so basically we decided, okay, well, if I do a Nighthawk tool head board, that removes the XY end stop from the equation, because the only other thing I could do would be to convert this basically to sensorless homing. And I didn't want to do that. Because once again, this is going to Evocate, and I'm trying to keep it stock LDO. So if we decide, well, Nighthawk is an LDO board, the Nighthawk is used in the Rev D version of the kit. Okay, so we can technically still do that and stay stock LDO, right? Um, but then when we started looking at the Rev D wiring in the manual, so that we made sure that we were wiring everything correctly, then we realized, well, wait a minute, the Rev D wiring goes into a Leviathan. I have a Leviathan, and that could also free up the ability to do certain things. So now we swapped in the Leviathan because, well, why not? So this is just like the singular mod that keeps on giving. Singular mod that keeps on giving. But in essence, what we're going to be able to do is get rid of a lot of this wiring. We'll go to the singular USB wiring. So a single 4-6 pin cable that comes up and goes into the Nighthawk board. Make things a little bit easier on the wiring front. Clean things up a bit. And in essence, we won't have deviated. We've just built in the modification to a Rev D, right? We've just, in essence, done an upgrade to make it a Rev D kit. And I'm going to have to pop this completely off. There's one part done. So for those of you eagle-eyed, you would also see that my push mechanism, or the triggering mechanism for my filament cutter, has been moved from in the back to in the front. And that's because having it in the back, if it happens to be on this side and it comes back, this chain hits it and we're going to snap something. So it really does need to be in the front up here for this implementation. If you're doing, I was going to say CAN bus, but not CAN bus. If you're doing an umbilical, then you should be good to keep it where it's at there. So interesting stuff. How are you? I did. Okay. So this is my main wire harness here. And then here is the 4-pin that is used exclusively for the XY. So the hope is I'll be able to pull this out without messing with this 4-pin that's used for the XY. And we can leave that in there. And we just pull all of this out. We'll see. We'll hope. We'll pray. Pray to some God. Don't know which one, but we'll pray. More about how easy can we make this in getting all this stuff out. About to undo that. I don't really need to undo it. What I need to do is remove these. Move these. You can do it. Hey, Quantum Quester, how's it going? Welcome on in. We're playing with our cable chains today. What we're trying to do here is get some of the wiring for the main wire loom out so that we can more easily route the new LDO Lighthawk cabling while still leaving our XY end stops in here. Really, are you going to make me have to take you off? Apparently so. I want to take it all the way. Be nice. Pop off. Pop off, not break. There we go. There we go. Like I said, for the XY end stop stuff, I could. So on the Nighthawk, it's really designed to take your XY end stops and route them to the route your XY end stops to the tool head board. But what we're doing here is we're going to need to keep the XY end stops there. Now the XY end stop wires are not going to be long enough to go all the way to the board. So I'm going to have to make like a pigtail for that. And pigtail that out underneath the deck, but that's perfectly fine. That's easy peasy lemon squeezy. If I really, really wanted to, I could actually put the LDO breakout board back in there just to break out those two things, but that is so not worth it. Okay. That's there. Bring that and set it over there. We'll take this off and we'll be able to do this the whole way down. Going to be able to get you separated here. No, because of how you are connected. Dang. I hate this one connector because just the way it goes in. I'm going to try and get this one off. Take it off from down here. Easier said than done. And this is where we might start having some issues, is because I was trying not to undo all of the wire loom the whole way down. Once again, folks, the pain you see me going through right here is self-inflicted. It's me not wanting to take things apart more. Vorons are Core XY. Vorons are Core XY. And which way do you open up? That way. Where did I put my little screwdriver I was using to pry things open with? Not there. Did it squirt underneath there somewhere? It did. It tried to hide. Yeah, Vorons are Core XY. They are pretty good at Core XY as well. The switch wire is a Core XZ, so slightly different. Still a Core X, a cross, not a cross, but a Core X design. But it's doing an XZ instead of an XY. Okay. Now I still am going to have to most likely undo this to get this cable bunched through. This side, same thing. I need to separate that. Now that I got it off the mount, I should be able to separate it relatively easily. Famous last words. There we go. So that will let this stuff come off and out. What you're seeing me do is try and flip through here. So there are 4 wires that need to stay here for the X, Y end stops. That's what you see me trying to work around. And I guess I'm just going to bite the bullet, get this all the way up here. I'm going to have to probably undo this one, which this is the one I hate having to undo. Because once you get it tacked back in there, you can't get it back off without undoing that screw. What is the best way to get in there? Everything out of the way, so we should hopefully be able to get to that. Okay. There we go. So the Z cable chain is now out. We can now grab this set of cables and get it out. This is our umbilical and the extra 2-pin for the 24-volt to the tool head. I'll just wrap this kind of up. And this will need to get put in a bag of some sort somewhere. Why would I have one readily available? That will go there. This is our 4-wire for our end stop. These are our motors for the A and B. I will need to get these reattached. I don't know where that screw went. There we go. Alrighty. So this goes through there at the top side. Thank you for the resubscribe, Timor. Hey, Kyle Venice, how's it going? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. We are doing what was supposed to be a simple mod. Just update this to a Filametrix toolhead and connect our box turtle. We have now done a full MCU swap. We're switching over to, we're going to swap this board out for a Nighthawk board. And with that means that we are getting rid of a bunch of wiring in the process. And that is the part that we're working on right now, is trying to swap out some of the wiring. Hey, gosh, really? Like, give me driver back. Thank you. Okay, so that part's back on there. Now this is the one motor coming across, and what I did here was I ran this up underneath the cable chain, and I used one of these to hold it in place, or under the cable, in the groove underneath. And I'm just going to use this to hold that within the bottom of the 2020 for that cross wire that's coming from this motor over to the group. This came through here and will come up and around. We need to get this piece mounted again. This basically has a, we'll call it a angled locking block that locks it in there. So that's how that goes on. This will allow us to do our cable chain. And before we get any more further on that, see, this is the back one. This is this one. This is the one that comes up on the side. What I'm going to do now is work on disconnecting everything up here and getting it ready to go over onto the Nighthawk bullhead board. With any luck, I should be able to take this off and replace it without having to take any of the front shroud or anything off. We'll see. Oh, well, yeah, no, I'm going to probably have to. I'm going to have to because I need to get the fan shroud connector disconnected. So we do this. Thanks for the alert, sis. And as mentioned before, the Stealthburner, like the shroud board that the fans and the lights and stuff go into, that is the same, right? Between any of the LDO kits, that board is the same. So we shouldn't need to replace that on the Stealthburner shroud. We just need to swap the main board and then drop this back in place. We pull that off, and this is the board I'm talking about. So this, what is this, 8-pin connector is the same. We've got the 2 fan connectors and the connector for, actually this is one fan, the other fan, and then the Stealthburner tool head lighting. So all that basically stays the same. Now we're just going to unscrew this mount. We can pull that out. So this was the old tool board. This is the new tool board, right? Same form factor and everything. The motors are still in the same place. The front pins are in the same place. The mounting holes are in the same place. This is kind of shifted a little bit to the left. The thermistor wire has moved to the left side of this connector. This is moved over some. And then these two right here are now down here on the side bottom. So a little bit of change, not a whole heck of a lot. And I'm just going to get my bolts kind of repositioned with this standoff. Which should make it easier to plug in. Now, the one thing that I'm now worried about is this now has to come all the way to the back and plug in, which it may not do. So I may have to pull this out and redo it. At which point I may also add the additional wiring down here for the second end stop, because that end stop wiring is coming back here now. So it would probably make sense for me to go ahead and pull that end stop and redo the wiring on it. Now the big question is, can I get it out without letting the ball bearing out? Answer is no. I just heard the ball bearing drop. Didn't fall completely out, but it did fall out of its channel. So we're going to need to make this a little bit longer. And I might as well be able to go in and wire the other half up. So let's just go ahead and take it off, and we'll work on wiring it or wiring up these end stops. Now, my soldering stuff is a mess over there, but we will be able to get what we need out of it. I can probably wire this one in place, and then I'll just have to do the other one, and we'll make some longer wires. So I'm going to do that over here. You probably will not be able to see me as well. I'm going to have to move some things around to get a soldering station set up over here. This is turning into a tad bit more complicated build day, huh? I think we're done with these. M3x6 button heads. Yep. Okay. Grab the OmniFixo. We'll do these one at a time. And I'm just going to make them kind of a long length. And we'll figure out the actual length once we get it in there and we go to pin it up. Actually, I guess we could try and figure out the pinning as we're going. Let's see, Nighthawk board. Leviathan. Nighthawk. Nighthawk SB. Hardware. Okay, so we have ground, X, Y, and 5 volt. We won't need the 5 volt. We just need X, Y, and ground. And what we're going to do is we're going to build in a common ground. So we're just going to bring the two commons together with a short wire, and then bring we'll bring the two commons together, and then the two, or the X and the Y wires. So we will have to try and figure out the gap here. And plunger. And actually what I want to do is what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my Omni Fixos to try and set these up so that they're in their location. And that way, when I go to wire these up, I have a pretty good understanding of their location in space. For doing the wire. Because like I said, I need to take common to common, and then the other two are going to come straight out and go to the pin out. So I'll need 3 wires, but one of them is going to have a little bit of excess to it. And my plan is to, like I said, I'm just going to make 3 wires that are pretty long, and I'll cut them to length on the when we're done. Do I waste some wire doing this? Yeah, I'll waste a little bit of wire. Am I too concerned about it? No, because I'd rather have a tight package for my thing. And if I try and do it too tight, then I am, redoing it yet again and wasting more wire. So. Soldering iron. It was pretty quick and easy to get that one off. And there's nothing that says, hey, you need to do the both of the pens for this particular application. It just, to me, it works out. It makes sense to do all 3 pens because that way you have options. If you don't, then you have no options and you're just stuck with the one, or you're coming back and redoing it. So it just makes sense to me that while you've got the time to go ahead and do it. Once again, we tin our connectors and then we'll come back in and tin the wires to the connectors. That's one. The plunger side. Yep. Now what I try and do on the plunger side is I connect both of them, and when I connect both of them, basically I just kind of figure out the gap and I'll oh crap. I God, language. I'll strip a little bit off the end and then I'll strip a gap in the middle, right? So I'll strip some off the end, I'll strip a gap here in the middle and separate it, and that's what gets soldered to that second point. And so it just works out pretty easy that way. Provided you can get that, that bit of a gap done. Okay. So I will go ahead and tin both sections of this wire. We'll start off with tinning the one common edge. Let me rephrase that, not tinning. We're going to start off by connecting the one common edge. And before I forget, I want to run some heat shrink down there so I can heat shrink it off. I do not want to stand a chance of arcing this against the back side of the board or something. So we'll just put a little bit of heat shrink on there. There's those two legs. One for the third leg. Now the one that is going to, the piece of wire that's going to be on the, I'll say the side that 2 ground connectors. Dang it, that just popped off. Well, that was not anticipated. This again. Okay. Once again, the part that's going to be the go-between, I need to make that a fairly tight fit. And of course, this is the part where it's just trying to edge things around, move them around slightly so you can get the right setup. Get a really good solid connection. Because with this being both grounds, you definitely, well, grounds, the common, you want to make sure that this is a good solid connection, that you've got a good amount of material being, in contact here. Okay. There's 2 wires. Do the third. I know I'm talking about it, but you guys can't really see what I'm doing. I do apologize for that, but I just don't have a good setup without moving a bunch of stuff around. There's the third one. Shrink down on this. So there's our 2 end stops wired up. That over there so it's out of the way. And burn myself with hot things, and I know I do that, so let me set myself up to be successful. We're going to start back with our tool head here. Not sure if you can tell, but we still got our bearings down in there. Now we just need to take our 2 end stops and fit them in. Might be easy, might not be. Get these back in. Going in from the back might be easier to go in from the front there, Luke. The one at the bottom just kind of slides into a slot. And I'll need to get that down there, get that lined up, start throwing these down in. And I just split the end stop. So the downside of this particular end stop, actually, did I split it or I didn't split it? I just basically, I didn't split it, but I did disconnect the housing. So at this point, I'm over it. Did I break that or not? I'm over it. I'm calling it done. I'm going to see if I can just get it back in here as a placeholder again. And the issue here on this particular end stop is just getting the it's getting the M2x10 screws back down in there and getting them to start biting in the printed part without taking the end stop apart in the process. this particular slot right here is where it would be better to not have a this particular one right here would be better to have the whatchamacallit, the small head screws, but like small head meaning like button head screws, just because that's what I'm running up against is the end stop itself. The screws are causing the end stop to separate and not go in straight. But if I were using button heads, I could probably get it to go in rather easily. The only trick to that one, and if this piece right here wasn't there, it would be no problem. It'd be easy peasy to get it in. But yeah, I'm done with it. I'm just going to put this back in. I shouldn't have tried to mess with it other than just making my pins better. And with that gone, let me fix this solder joint to just be a little bit nicer. Sorry, folks. I know I'm like being annoying at this point on this one, but once again, reliability is going to be a key here because it's going to be on display. And I knew better. I should have just went forward with the original plan. Leave that other end stop in there to give me a valid path. Call it done. And of course, now what I have to do is see if that end stop is even going to work in there or if I'm going to have to take the other end stop out and put a different one in there. We'll test it with some filament here in a second. Filament, 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 filament. There we go, filament. Is filament going to go through here easy now? Trigger 1, trigger 2. Hmm. The answer is yes, it does, but okay, I do have valid triggering, like physical mechanical triggering, so that's good. We'll put this back on and we will figure out our well, I guess we can figure out our end stoppage wiring now to some degree. We'll put the board back on. We'll figure out this wiring before we do anything else. That's old board. Old board over there. Find the new board. Okay. So the new board's on there. Which wire is which? Oh, which wire is? This is the lower wire, which is the signal wire. This is the ground wire. So this will go into the X. And X is second pin. And this is a 4-pin JST. I believe I've got 4-pin JST in here. Came in the kit to do this, so let's look through here what we got. Standard 4-pin JST. Just sent you a picture. Want to show the picture from your back porch? Okay. Yeah, I should go ice that hoof soon. I'm going to do just that. I want to get this wiring done and get this tool head back on, and maybe I'll take a break and we'll come back either later today or tomorrow. Like I said, I do have Monday off, so there is an option to continue to work on this on Monday. I really want to get this wiring done so that we can get some configuration going in order to start printing with this, because I'm going to need to print with this for a bit before I take it to Evocate. I need to make sure that it's printing well before I take it to Evocate. That's just that is a requirement of me. It must be printing well before I take it to show. Okay, so once again, X is second pin. The other cable is going to be the common or ground, so just like watching you work here while I get the other, yeah. A lot of people tend to sit here and listen to me mumble to myself as I'm doing wiring. I know there's a lot of people that don't do wiring on stream. I prefer to do the wiring on stream because the build is like 80% and the wiring can take 20% of the time, right? It's not like, oh, I'm into wiring, I'm done. Well, if you got a true LDO kit, you're right, you most likely are done. If you're not, then you got a bit to go still. So we'll get the motor plugged into the back right there. We now have this plugged and we can bring it around, and I'm going to kind of loop it around right there, plug it in, and see about bringing these wires down behind the motor and the cable tie down. That way it's going to be out of the way and it won't be in the way of this closing door. Speaking of closing door, there's a M3x6 screw that's now somewhere in the ether, went running off. Yay! I'll find it when I step on it. Not sure where that M5 washer goes. Like, where it could have come out of. Okay, so obviously we have a chamber thermistor here. That chamber thermistor is right down here. Bring this around and plug it in. And of course, it is a different size of pins. Of course it is. Once again, I'm going to bring it around the back. And this would be why they had two different size JST connectors in here. Never be that easy. These are pH connectors. Little bit smaller. We're going to need the 2-pin, and it's got a single rib on it versus the 2 that are normally on it. So we'll take this and we'll verify that that is going to go in. It will. It does. Yay, verily. So we're going to need to depin this, and I will depin it and try and cut it as short as possible when I cut the JST plugs off. Two things that does is, one, it gives me more wire room to play with, and two, it also means I have another JST connector, XH connector, that I can reuse, repurpose. So once again, we're going to cut these right at the end of the previous crimps to reduce the amount of wastage. Okay. What do we got here? Yeah, the wiring is definitely the time-consuming pain in the ass part. Like I said, if you've got pre-crimped sets, I do not look down on you. After doing this LDO kit, it was a godsend. Loved it. Was all kinds of happy for it. But anytime you go to do any type of mods to it, well, you're now going to have to redo wiring. So, or you have a higher chance of having to redo wiring, which is what I am doing right now. And what you're going to see me do is move some stuff out of the way so I can sit down. One, to get off my foot. And two, because these are tiny ones, or tinier ones, and I'm going to need to look at it. I'm going to have to get my grill all up in it. Okay, there we go. Weight off of foot. So under the black-red screwdriver, under this black-red screwdriver. Yeah, this is the design on the desk pad. This is the design of the desk pad. So this is from 3D Print SOS, Fader over on the YouTubies. He is a really, really cool dude. And he's got some really cool merch. Got a coffee cup of his. I've got this mat. I've got a couple of shirts. One is of his logo, and then one of the other ones says, I 3D print. 4-letter word that starts with S and ends with T. Kind of just a little fun, quirky thing. Okay, so really heat shrink? Come on. Most of the time you can get the heat shrink label to go back a little bit. this is going to be a pain in the butt, so I'll make it a little more fun. This, I want to say, is like 26 or maybe 28 gauge wire. And you need to strip very, very little of this. One, because, well, I don't have a lot to be able to strip. And two, it doesn't take much to fill up on these small connectors. Which is the other reason why I need to get all up in here, is to be able to see the connectors when I'm trying to connect. Almost dry. This might have been easier to set up by leaving it on the little strip that they come on. And the thing that I really hate about these particular ones is if you crimp too hard, if you don't crimp hard enough, it doesn't make a good connection and you have issues. If you crimp too hard, I've crimped these and cut the wire when I crimped it. So it's a really fine line when you're trying to do the crimps on these particular connectors. And in this case right now, it's trying to bend over versus crimp, fighting. We'll be doing that one over again. Okay. These lined up and freaking kidding me. Right there, I was trying to verify that it was in there, and one of the pins came out of the connector. The other one, the wire came out of the crimp. So, and with this being a thermistor wire, if it's not good, you're going to be having problems. So, gotta go try and get rid of this migraine. Oof, before a birthday party. Oh yeah, go Rittenhouse. Heard somebody say that if the headache's not caused by a fifth of Jack, vodka, or anything else, that might be a solution for it. But I've just heard that. I've never tried it. Do with the good thing here is that there's no polarity on a thermistor. So just need to get our wires in there. I think that is good. Not going to yank like the Incredible Hulk on it. We're going to put it in the connector housing here. Push it on there. And there we go. So once again, we've got our end stop and our thermistor rewired. The wires coming around the back behind the arm there. So that'll be good. We'll have the other three items connect right in here. What I do want to do is real fast, I want to, this connector, positive ground or not. That's 24 volt and ground in. This connector, what is our setting or setup for that connector? 8 is in the middle. Okay, let's look at the back side. All right, so on that probe, ground is at the top, the probe pin is in the middle, and 24 volts is at the bottom. So I believe we are the same. I'm going to double, triple, quadruple check it with the other board just to make sure. And if Jason or Jose or any of them are here from LDO, please, please, for the love of God and all things that are sacred, stop putting red silkscreen on black. Because some of us can't read for shit. Probe. Okay, ground at the top, signal in the middle, and 24 volts at the bottom. Yes. Okay, so we're good. Oofda. So Aurora, Colorado right now. It's 67 degrees here. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of don't miss it. Okay, so we're good. That wiring is still in the right or in the same order, so that's good. We're not going to like set anything ablaze when we plug that in. So we'll go ahead and get this reinstalled up here. We'll need some M3 by 8 bolts. What did I do with those? Not there, not there, not there. Nope, still not there. These are the ones that mount the shroud on. Must have them over here. Must be these. 2.5 millimeter driver. And we will go ahead and get this lined up. Just in case you all were wondering, it actually does work better when you get the screw in the hole and then get the screwdriver on the hole. Okay, that's on there now. Now we need to put the lower portion back on there. Get you lined up, get the lower portion on there. And with that, we'll need to get our cables plugged in. I just realized I hope this thermistor doesn't need to change either. So I didn't check that beforehand. How much you want to bet it does? Rubble, rubble. Okay, so we're gonna have to prep that thermistor as well. We're gonna have to go back over here and do these really asinine small crimps. Forget about that. And once again, I will depin this, cut it as short as possible, and then I'd rather have extra wire that I can fold around in there than not, and need it later on if I go to pull this out and use it somewhere else. For those of you that are interested, this is running a LDO Revo. It's Revo Voron edition. I say LDO because LDO is the only one that runs a blue or gray anodized heatsink. All the actual E3D Revo ones are running the whatchamacallit, the red ones. They run red ones. That's the ones that they run. Okay. And so one of the other things on my all-time I hate list is the silicone, or not the silicone, but the fiberglass sheathing on thermistor wires. And I get why it's there. Don't get me wrong. I understand why it's there. I also understand that it either comes off cleanly or it doesn't. And when it doesn't, you need a really nice set of pretty sharp snips to be able to clean it up, especially when you're going on tiny pins like this. Once again, we need that good electrical connection. Row. There was one of the pH connector. Okay. XH. XH. Two pin. So I do have pH. I have had to go that route and get pH before. That's good. Oh, be good. Good sign that I had connectors. Weren't going to get stymied yet again while I waited for connectors. If you use a razor blade to cut the casing, it comes out clean. Okay. On that wire, the blue thermistor wires, like I said, I hate it. It never comes out clean. And I think what a lot of people do is they wind up stripping more than they have to, and then putting some uh, heat shrink around it. The only real way to deal with it. Oh, dear. My mind here. Short trip, as my mother would say. Yeah, and part of the problem is it's like that expanding like the expanding cloth wire stuff is the way it kind of comes off. Like I said, it's just annoying. Like you need to get it peeled back because you need a good electrical connection here, because what you're measuring on a thermistor is um the actual resistance on the wire. Okay. So that's what I just did to the other one. So now I'm going to try and make this the same length. And I'm going to basically just trim the hell of it, or trim a bunch of it back when I uh, do the other one. And I'll just maybe let's put some of the heat shrink on it before cut and fray it out, Luke. That might, yeah. And if Waters is looking at this and goes, man, what is taking him so long to get this build done? I tell him desire for perfection, can't leave well enough alone. Julie made me do it. Something. Actually, at this point, it'd probably be Thunder Keys. Probably should blame it on Thunder Keys. He keeps getting me invited to secret Discord channels, and like my life gets sucked away. And yes, I know nobody says that I have to build like 25 test units, but you got to test and evaluate appropriately. All right, let's try this fun again. Got a vector there. One down. Yeah, Grumpy, the Filametrix isn't actually that bad. The reason we're into doing some recrimping and stuff is because we made the switch over to the um Nighthawk SB toolhead board. So had we stayed with the old toolhead board, we would have been good, but we would have been making other changes. Like we would have been adding a UTC for CAN bus so that we can talk to the ASC light board. We would be adding some more power stuff to the mix. We would be adding various things into the mix. And what we're able to do right now is we decided to go to the Nighthawk toolhead board. When we go to the Nighthawk toolhead board, we're like, okay, great. That will let us, that is the wrong connection. That will let us get the extra connections that we need for the Filametrix toolhead sensors, right? And so what we didn't realize is going to Nighthawk also means that we get to repin a couple of our connectors. So that's what I've been doing, is repinning a couple of the connectors so that we can connect it to the board. The we're also in the process of cleaning up our cable chain, because going to the Nighthawk board, we're going from a full set of wires to a USB cable that'll go through the cable chains. These are the AB motor wires that'll stay in, and then this is the XY end stop wires that are going to stay in. So that's there. I need to screw down those terminals. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. This is, a mod that keeps on giving, and the intent here is to stay with an LDO kit. I am working with Evocate to basically get a LDO kit into their showroom, or an LDO built kit into their showroom, which is what this is. And I didn't want to go like way off the range and start putting something else into the mix, right? Like, oh, well, let me go ahead and do this board or that board. Well, the problem that we're running into is Nighthawk is the Rev D board, right? So we did that. And as soon as we started looking at, okay, how do we wire the Nighthawk board up, we realized that the Rev D kit uses a Leviathan. And so we're like, well, hell, let's get a Leviathan added in. That's easy enough, right? Well, for the most part, it is. What we're dealing with right now is the we've got the Nighthawk in, we've got the Leviathan in. We undid all the old wiring. We've got the new wiring, we removed all the old wiring that was going to the Octopus board. We took the Octopus board out. We've now got the Leviathan board in underneath. And we're getting the quad gantry level for the wind. It will fix itself. But I was having a hard time I was having a hard time getting things in. These connectors, also having a hard time getting them lined up and in. Why so? What is going on here? Okay, there we go. That's going in. I can shorten these. So these are crazy long. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the first section off. Just snip it right off. Make sure you're not in the spot on your cutters where you had deformed them trying to cut a screw. And they cut better that way. Okay. Now I should have the ability to get this wired in. And yes, I'm probably going to wire this in and then have to futz around with trying to mount the pieces again, but it's all good. Was I an engineer? No. I am a cybersecurity guy by trade. I've been 3D printing since 2017, and I've been building printers for a little over 2 years. And I have been streaming on Twitch for a little over a year, doing builds on stream for a little over a year. So, kind of my background there. So I built around 30 printers. You've been 3D printing since 2017? Yeah, I built around 30 printers so far. Box turtles, ERCFAs, MMUs, death racers, drag racers. I've got an Ivan Miranda tank sitting over here that we need to get finished up. I've got a couple of droid builds that we've been working on, right? So lots of stuff that we do here on the channel. Which way are you going? You're going this way. Oh, wait. Oh, and I'm going to get so mad if I realize that this was an actual standard and I just made it smaller because I'm an idiot. All right. I'm me and the store are gonna fight here. Me and the store are gonna fight. But yeah, I just went and changed that around and did not need to. Hey Lancer, thank you for the subscribe. Thank you. Yeah, so I just went through and repinned these as JSTPH, and it was perfectly fine the way it was. So I get to take the pH connector off and switch back over to the standard XH connector because I was thinking that the wire went in a different way than it actually does. So yay me. Just what we're going to say. Yay me. Whoops. Mic checked. Thanks, Jimmy John, for letting me know that the microphone had cut out. That's a good indication that we've been going for 5.5 hours. So, sound of silence. Yep. How's it going, long shot? The long shot. The plan was to have the box turtle connected today and printing. Guess what's not connected? And we're not printing. We had some things that we needed to talk about as far as options for installation, and it wound up turning into we have now swapped out the tool head to a Nighthawk SB, and we swapped out the MCU, aka motherboard, for a Leviathan. So yeah, we had a few slight delays. Yeah, all Luke's batteries are dead. Luke will be taking off. In fact, like I'm sitting here going, okay, the next thing we need to do is connect the cable and start routing the cable. I'm not going to do that. We're going to leave this in the state that it is in, with wires hanging around. Like I said, this would be the wires that come up through the top cable chain. I'll come down there, we'll do a little loop-de-loo right here, come back up, come around, do its little jog around. We'll mess with all this once we get once we go to the next segment. And the next segment's going to be, I don't know, later. There's a part of me that wants to do it now. I'm trying to be good. I'm waiting for Mrs. Dragon to come in here and yell at me for not being good. But we're going to continue working on the cabling in the next stream. And that cabling in next stream will happen sometime this weekend. It may be later today. It may be tomorrow. By Monday, I will be doing something Monday. I will be streaming Monday. Monday's Veterans Day. I'm off that day. I will stream at some point on Monday. It might be in the middle of the day. Who knows? But I want to be at least up and reconfiguring and stuff by Monday for this printer. Because we did a brain swap, we are going to have to redo, like the Raspberry Pi were good, right? Raspberry Pi is good, but we're going to have to flash the board. We're going to have to then go through and do our printer config, not all over again, but we'll have to update the printer config based on the new board and pin settings and all that good stuff. So there's going to be a little bit to do there. We're going to have to set up the CAN bus. Luckily, going to Leviathan has CAN bus on it. So we're going to be able to configure CAN bus directly on Leviathan. And Jesus Christ. Let me get some things put away here. We'll be able to configure CAN bus directly on Leviathan and run a cable from the Leviathan to the cable from Leviathan to the skirt, and then from the skirt it'll go up to the box turtle. So we are going to make sure that we keep that capability to make it easier to move things around. But there's that. There's the keep an eye on these right there. I will definitely forget them. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. So we do have the Leviathan under here. Yeah, yeah. Time for a snack. Time for some food. Time for some relaxation. Here's a teaser for you sent to your Discord. Dude, that's so not cool. You know I'm going to look that up right now. Is it what I think it is? Is it that new channel that you guys keep putting me in new channels and then I start going like, oh dear God. Ooh. Oh, I saw the DM. That would be the ooh. Um, um, yeah. Okay. I like, I like. All right, so we're going to take a break. Like I said, keep an eye out. We might come back on later today. It might be tomorrow. Some of that depends too on Mrs. Dragon allowing me to come back out and play. So, yeah, secrets. Exactly, Grumpy Raven. We got secrets. Oh yeah, I am in a bunch. The problem is the one that Thunder Keys and MG Longshot and them are putting me in. You know, they don't force me to, but it winds up that I go and spend money and build things. I've got a lot to build. I do have a lot to build. Okay, so we're set up here. We're gonna have to do a lot of updates on our printer config and stuff like that. But we're getting close. Once we run the Nighthawk cable and get the cable chains back in place, just a couple of things to do on the bottom before we can start playing with the Leviathan board. And like I said, I cannot remember if I have installed anything on the Leviathan board. So it may be like a, hey, let's sit here and do a brand new board install. You know, I will rename the old or the printer config to printer config old because I know all of that stuff is working. And then we'll flash and update the Leviathan, and we'll get the Nighthawk board going, and we'll work our way from there. Once we get all of that talking and validated, then we'll go through and add in the box turtle and start getting that going, because the box turtle should already be what I'm being told. Long shot, let me know if I'm wrong. And well, let me rephrase that. Don't let me know if I'm wrong. Let me know if Thunder Keys was wrong in telling me that the ASC light board should come pre-flashed and ready for CAN bus out the gate. Because if not, it's all his fault and I'm going to yell at him. But I'm out of here. Let's go figure out who to raid over into. I'm going to have to stream again because it's over here. Like, yeah, it's a disaster. I'm going to have to scream again just to make sure that I get things cleaned up. File Mods is doing another Nerf blaster. We've got Sid Heresy doing some electronics Q&A stuff. Ooh, Shenanigans is starting soon. Then Shop's got some UCR Fall Brawl. So it's BattleBots. Rise of the Podcast is live from the Twin Cities Con. Jerry 3DHP and Free Heathens up. What's everybody think? Oh yeah, I mean I will stream again, but it's more of I may have to stream again today just to force myself to clean up because it looks like a disaster in here. Like I won't even show you this over here. Like I am literally going to have to get a bag to put some cabling in and stuff. Oh, yeah, with all the LDO stuff. But yeah, let's I think it's going to be a command decision here. Is he still in? Shenanigans is still in stream getting ready to start mode. So I hate dumping in on a starting soon. And who all does Jerry have with him? Start this over again. I clicked on something, it did some type of filter. People I am following. Oh, I think it might be, did Jerry just drop? No, Jerry. Who does Jerry have with him? Doing stuff. All right, folks, we're going to jump over to Jerry 3DHP and see what he's got going on with the community today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for everybody that popped in. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, we'll figure that out, long shot. But thank you everybody for being here and have a great day. Like I said, I may pop on a little bit later tonight or sometime this weekend because it is a holiday weekend for me. And I need to get this button back up and at least printing again. So thanks everybody. Oh, now he goes live. Well, is that where you guys want to go? All right, we'll cancel that. We'll jump over to, Shenanigans. He's going live. Just because I know my boy Shenanigans like really does get into shenanigans and does like all kinds of crazy stuff. Oh yeah, like now starting and showing his flaming rockets. So yeah, there we go. We're going over to Shenanigans. Sorry about that, folks. Thanks everybody for being with me today, and we will continue some more. Like I said, sometime this weekend. Thanks all. Bye now.